The house is finally quiet, but your mind is still running. The lights are out, the doors are locked, and the world has gone to sleep. Yet you are still wide awake, still tending to the invisible pile of things that need your attention. You are lying there in the dark, but your hands feel heavy, as if they are still gripped around the edges of everyone else's needs. It is a specific kind of tiredness. It isn't just the physical exhaustion of a long day. It is the weight of the things you didn't say, the moods you smoothed over, and the small, quiet crises you prevented before anyone else even noticed they were happening. You have spent the day being the person who remembers. You have been the one to notice the fraying edge, the rising tension, the unpaid bill, or the subtle shift in a loved one's tone. You have moved through the hours like a quiet architect, bracing the structures of other people's lives, making sure the foundation stayed steady while you went unnoticed. And now, in the stillness of the night, the work isn't over. The work has simply moved from your hands into your head. You lie there and the mental checklist begins to stir. You find yourself rehearsing tomorrow's conversations. You are scanning the horizon for the next person who might need you, bracing for the next moment of friction or the next person's sadness. You are checking with a vigilance that never quite turns off to see if everyone else is okay. You check on your family, your friends, your colleagues. You check on the people who rely on your strength, and you check on the people who don't even realize how much you are holding for them. There is a profound loneliness in this kind of watching. It is the loneliness of being the person who is always there, but who feels unseen in the very act of seeing everyone else. You have become so good at being the anchor that you have forgotten what it feels like to drift. You have become so practiced at the art of the invisible mend that you have begun to believe that if you were to ever truly let go, everything would simply fall apart. You carry the fear that your usefulness is the only thing keeping the peace, and that to rest would be a form of abandonment. You feel a strange, quiet guilt when you try to let your shoulders drop. There is a sense that as long as someone somewhere is still struggling, you do not have the right to be at peace. You feel that your exhaustion is somehow a tribute to your devotion, a proof of your love. You have mistaken the ache in your bones for a virtue, believing that the depth of your care is measured by how much of someone else's weight you can pull into your own body. I am not here to tell you to change. I am not here to give you a list of boundaries or to coach you through the mechanics of saying no. I know how much you love the people you carry. I know that your devotion is real and that your tenderness is a rare and beautiful thing. I know that the very reason you are so tired is because your heart is wide and you have never learned how to close the gates. I am only here to sit with you in this heaviness. I am here to be a companion in the dark, to witness the sheer scale of what you have been holding. You do not have to perform for me. You do not have to be useful here. In this space, there are no errands to finish, no moods to steady, and no one is waiting for you to solve their problems. Let us just look at the weight together for a moment. Let us acknowledge the invisible labor of your day, the way you absorbed the tension in a room so others could breathe easily, the way you anticipated needs before they were even voiced. Let us acknowledge the way your mind stays alert, like a sentry on a wall, even when there is no enemy in sight. Only the fear of what might happen if you were to fall asleep. The night is long, and the silence can feel like a vacuum, waiting to be filled with more worry. But for now, let the silence just be silence. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to be finished with the day. The world is still turning, even if you aren't the one pushing it. The people you love are held by more than just your vigilance. As we move through these stories, we will visit different lives, different rooms, and different burdens. We will see others who, like you, have found themselves caught in the rhythm of overgiving. We will look at the ways we mistake fatigue for devotion, and the ways we carry shadows that were never ours to bear. We will wander through moments of recognition where the weight begins very slowly to shift. There is no need to solve anything tonight. There is no need to find a way out of the responsibility. There is only the need to find a place where you can rest, even if it is only for a few hours, without feeling like you are leaving someone behind. So, settle into the pillows. Let the blankets settle over you, heavy and grounding. Let your breath find its own natural, slow rhythm, unburdened by the need to regulate anyone else's. The lights are out. The day is done. You have done enough. You have held enough. Now let us see if we can find a way to simply be in the quiet, in the dark, in the peace. Story 1. A monk who carried more than he could hold. The monastery kitchen is never truly silent, even after the monks have retired to their cells. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles in the late hours, a heavy velvet stillness that presses against the stone walls. It is a silence that does not feel empty, but rather full of the echoes of everything that has just passed. For Brother Eli, this is the hour when those echoes begin to weigh. He sits on a low wooden stool by the heavy scrub sink, his hands resting near the edge of the basin. The work is done. The great iron pots have been scrubbed until they shine dully in the moonlight. The wooden ladle has been rinsed and placed precisely on its drying cloth, and his linen apron is folded neatly on a shelf, its creases straight and disciplined. On the edge of the sink, a small, stubborn bead of candle wax has hardened. A tiny amber fossil from the light he used to navigate the dark corners of the pantry. The air in the kitchen smells of damp stone, dried herbs, and the fading, sweet warmth of steamed rice. The great rice pot, the heart of the kitchen all evening, sits on the cold stove, its lid slightly askew. The thin, ghostly wisp of steam has vanished. The warmth has retreated, pulling back into the center of the earth, leaving only the memory of heat behind. Eli stares at the floor, where moonlight filters through a high, narrow window. It spills across the uneven flagstones, turning the damp patches into shimmering silver pools. The stones outside the kitchen door, recently washed by the evening mist, catch this light, appearing like polished bone. His stomach gives a small, hollow ache, a quiet reminder of the meal he did not eat. It was a small thing, really. A single bowl of rice, a few scraps of salted radish, a bit of fermented greens. But when the traveler had arrived at the kitchen door, shivering, eyes wide with the exhaustion of a long road, his robes dusty and thin, Eli had not even thought to hesitate. The traveler looked so much like the hunger Eli felt within himself. Yet Eli had simply scooped the last of the warm grain into a bowl and pushed it across the wooden table. He had watched the man eat, watched the tension leave the traveler's shoulders, and felt a brief, flickering spark of warmth in his own chest. But now in the dark, that spark has gone out, leaving only the ache. He finds himself thinking of the others. He thinks of the elder monks, their joints stiff from decades of bowing, and how he had made sure their bowls were filled first, ensuring the softest portions of the vegetables were placed before them. He thinks of the younger novices and how he had stayed an extra hour to clean the flour from the heavy kneading troughs so they wouldn't find them messy in the morning. He thinks of the way he had checked the pantry, triple checking the grain, the oil, the salt, as if the stability of the entire monastery depended on his ability to anticipate a shortage before it ever arrived. Eli leans his head back against the cool, dark wall. His mind is like a ledger that refuses to close. He is mentally going through the list of things left to do, even though there is nothing left to do. He is checking the latch on the herb cupboard. He is wondering if the heavy sack of lentils in the cellar is positioned correctly so it won't strain the bottom shelf. He is wondering if the monk in the far cell, the one who coughs through the night, has enough water near his bed. There is a persistent nagging thought that follows him through the shadows. If I am not looking, something will fall. He has grown used to this feeling, this quiet, vibrating tension, like a string on a lute stretched just a little too tight. He has come to believe that his value lies in this very vigilance. He believes that care is measured by how much Of himself he can deplete to fill the gaps in others. To him, love is not just a feeling, it is a series of tasks. It is the extra scoop of rice, the extra minute of scrubbing, the extra moment of staying awake to ensure the door is latched. He has confused the act of tending to others with the necessity of carrying them. He looks at his hands. They are red from the hot water and the scrubbing, the skin slightly puckered. They feel heavy, as if the very act of serving has left a residue on his bones. He thinks of the traveler's face again, the way the man had smiled when he saw the bowl was full. That smile was enough. It had to be enough. If it wasn't enough, then what was the point of the hunger? But as the moon moves slowly across the sky, casting longer, more distorted shadows across the floor, the smile feels distant. The hunger feels much more present. He thinks of the way he holds his breath whenever a door creaks in the hallway, his heart leaping into a rhythm of readiness, prepared to spring into motion, to fix, to serve, to soothe. He is always waiting for the next need to emerge from the dark. He is waiting for the next person to stumble, so he can be the one to steady them. He is waiting for the next moment of scarcity, so he can be the one to provide. The kitchen is so very still. The cold rice pot sits like a silent monument to a finished day. The wooden ladle rests in its place motionless. There is no one left to feed. There is no one left to clean for. There is no one left to watch over except perhaps the stones themselves, and they are already being tended to by the moonlight. Yet Eli remains. He remains seated on his stool, his spine straight, his eyes open, his mind still scanning the perimeter of his responsibilities. He is a young man full of strength, yet he sits there with the weary gravity of someone much older. He is a keeper of the flame, but he has forgotten how to let the flame burn without trying to shield it from the very air that feeds it. He stares at the single bead of candle wax by the sink. It is small, insignificant, and entirely finished. It has done its job. It provided light until the light was no longer needed. And now it simply exists, cold and hard, part of the landscape. He wonders for a fleeting, frightened second, what would happen if he too were allowed to simply exist, finished and still, without the need to be useful? The thought brings a sudden, sharp pang of guilt, a feeling that even thinking of rest is a form of desertion. He shifts his weight, the stool creaking softly against the stone floor. The sound echoes lonely and bright through the empty kitchen. He closes his eyes, but the darkness behind his eyelids is not a place of rest. It is merely a different room in the same house of waiting. He sits in the cool, moonlit silence, a young man holding the weight of a finished day, waiting for a tomorrow that he is already preparing to carry. Story 2. A woman tired of holding her family together. The neon sign from the parking lot flickered, casting a rhythmic, bruised purple light through the thin gate in the motel curtains. It pulsed against the wall of the small room, steady and restless, mirroring the way Hannah's own heart felt as she lay under the heavy weight of her duvet. Every time the sign hummed to life, a jagged stripe of light would sweep across the dresser, briefly illuminating the sharp white corners of the envelopes stacked there. Hannah lay perfectly still, her eyes tracing the ceiling, but her mind was busy moving through the room, picking up all the small, heavy things she had brought home with her. On the nightstand, her housekeeping cart key sat beside a small pile of navy blue lint she had neglected to brush off her sweater. The sweater was slumped over the edge of a chair, looking tired, much like she felt. It was a heavy, thick knit, the kind of garment that felt like a shield during a long shift. But now, in the quiet of the night, it just felt like another layer of weight. The air conditioner in the corner of the room emitted a low, constant drone. It was a mechanical, lonely sound, a vibration that seemed to settle deep in her bones. It provided a steady backdrop, yet it couldn't drown out the noise inside her head. It was a noise made of voices and numbers and dates. She could see her mother's face in the shadows, not a face of sadness, but a face of quiet, mounting confusion. With every flicker of the neon light, Hannah saw the letters from the electric company. She saw the overdue notices, the ink fine and demanding, asking for an attention she didn't have the energy to give. The guilt of ignoring them felt like a physical pressure on her lungs. She could almost feel the texture of the paper, the way the edges were slightly crisp, the way they sat there on the dresser, waiting to be addressed, waiting to be solved. The motel room itself felt like a vessel of shared, discarded lives. The scent of industrial lemon cleaner and faint, stale tobacco clung to the edges of the air, a lingering residue of the many travelers who had moved through this space, leaving their clutter behind. To Hannah, the room felt less like a sanctuary and more like a temporary holding cell for the anxieties of the world. She looked at the heavy polyester bedspread, the way the pattern was slightly faded from too many washes, and felt a strange kinship with it. Something used, something durable, something expected to endure the friction of others without complaint. Then there was the vibration of her phone, even when it wasn't ringing. Every time a car drove past the motel, the slight tremor in the floorboards made her pulse jump. A brief, frantic hope that it was her brother. She hadn't answered his last 3 calls. She knew why he was calling. He didn't call to ask how her day was. He called because the car needed a repair, or because the rent was short, or because he had simply run out of ways to manage his own chaos. Each missed call felt like a tiny, unanchored debt. She wanted to call him back, to tell him it would be okay, but she knew that picking up the phone was to open a door to a storm she wasn't prepared to weather. And then the most quiet yet most piercing wait, the small folded piece of a school form from her daughter's class, the field trip permission slip. It sat near the edge of the dresser, a simple, brightly colored slip of paper that should have been nothing. But to Hannah, it was a symbol of the things slipping through her fingers. She thought of her daughter, sleeping in the next room, blissfully unaware of the mental ledger Hannah was keeping. The slip required a signature, a payment, a moment of presence that her exhausted mind could barely conjure. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the bright, cheerful illustration on the paper, a cartoon bus, a sun contrasting sharply with the gray exhaustion of her reality. It was a small demand, a tiny tether to a world of responsibilities that required her to be sharp, to be attentive, to be the one who remembers. She feared that if she let the paper slip too far into the pile of bills, she would eventually forget the moment entirely, and that forgetting was a kind of failure she couldn't afford. She felt as though she were standing in a room with rising water. The bills were the first tide, slow and cold. The calls from her brother were the sudden crashing waves. And the school form was the silt, the fine, suffocating dust that settled over everything, making it hard to breathe, hard to see. She tried to focus on the rhythm of the air conditioner, trying to find a way to anchor herself to the hum, to the mechanical certainty of it. She tried to tell herself that the room was safe, that the door was locked, that the world was for this moment outside. But the boundary between her work and her life had become porous. The exhaustion of the day, the scrubbing of surfaces, the smoothing of linens, the erasing of the traces of strangers, had bled into the exhaustion of her soul. She had spent her day making sure other people had a clean, seamless place to rest, and now she found herself unable to find that same seamlessness for herself. The neon light shifted from purple to a pale, sickly blue. In that light, the lint on her sweater looked like tiny gray shadows. She reached out a hand, almost reflexively, as if she could reach across the room and tidy the edges of her own thoughts, to smooth out the creases in her anxiety, just as she smoothed the sheets in room 24. But her hand only fell back to the heavy quilt. There was no instruction in the darkness, no way to make the list stop. There was only the heavy, rhythmic pulse of the light and the steady, lonely drone of the machine. She lay there, a person caught in the middle of 1,000 small, invisible threads, wondering at what point the act of holding everything together had become the very weight that was pulling her apart. She was waiting for a sleep that felt less like a rest and more like a surrender, a moment where the weight of the envelopes, the calls, and the slips of paper might finally, mercifully, be set down. Story 3. A daughter who became everyone's safe place. The rain does not fall so much as it taps, a rhythmic, persistent drumming against the window frame that seems to count the seconds Michael has been awake. It is a small, hollow sound, matching the emptiness of his apartment. In the corner of the room, a single heavy moving blanket lies rolled tight on the floor, a thick cylinder of gray padding that still smells faintly of dust and the damp basement of the parish hall. It is a heavy physical weight in the room, much like the weight sitting behind Michael's eyes. He shifts slightly in bed, and a sharp, stinging ache radiates through his wrists. It is a dull, throbbing heat, the kind of soreness that comes from gripping steering wheels, lifting heavy wooden chairs, and steadying stacks of folded hymnals. His hands, though resting now, feel as though they are still performing the labor of the day. He can still feel the phantom resistance of heavy furniture sliding across carpet, the strain of muscles stretching to bridge the gap between where a thing was and where it needed to be. On the nightstand, a paper coffee cup sits forgotten. It is nearly empty, leaving only a dark ringed stain at the bottom, a bitter remnant of the afternoon's frantic pace. Next to it, the light from the hallway creeps under the bedroom door, a thin, sharp sliver of yellow warmth that cuts across the floorboards. It is the only light in the apartment, a lonely stripe of visibility that makes the rest of the room feel even deeper, even more shadowed. Michael stares at the ceiling, watching the way the shadows shift as the rain intensifies. His mind, as it often does when the world goes quiet, begins to move the pieces of the day around. He replays the moment he helped Mrs. Gable move her heavy oak sideboard, the way he had braced his even legs and taken the brunt of the weight so she wouldn't strain her back. He remembers staying late to help the youth group unload crates of supplies, his back stiffening with every box, yet saying nothing, simply nodding and reaching for the next one. There is a quiet habit in his heart, a tendency to fill the gaps left by others. When a chair is misplaced, he finds it. When a heavy box needs moving, he is already there, sleeves rolled up, breath held. He has become the person who smooths the edges of the world for everyone else, making sure the paths are clear and the burdens are light. He finds a fleeting sense of purpose in the moment of relief on someone else's face, but that relief is a vanishing thing, leaving him only with the ache in his bones and the silence of his own unfinished life. His eyes wander to the corner of the room where several cardboard boxes are stacked haphazardly. They are his boxes. They contain the remnants of a move he started months ago, a transition that has stalled in the middle of 1,000 small, unkept promises to himself. Inside them are books he hasn't read, kitchen tools he hasn't used, and the lingering fragments of a life that feels strangely unanchored. He has spent so much energy ensuring that everyone else's transitions were seamless, that everyone else's new spaces were settled and safe, that his own space remains a transit zone, a place of temporary piles and half-empty shelves. He thinks of the apartment across town, the one he helped a young man move into last week. He had spent hours navigating narrow hallways and steep stairs, sweating under the weight of a mattress, making sure every piece of furniture was placed exactly where it was requested. He had felt a quiet satisfaction in that precision, a sense of being useful, a sense of being a pillar. But as he lies here now, that satisfaction has turned into a heavy, stagnant fatigue. It is the fatigue of a person who is so busy maintaining the structures of other people's lives that he has forgotten how to inhabit his own. The rain picks up, a sudden flurry of drops hitting the glass with more force. Michael closes his eyes, but the imagery of the day persists. He sees the way the light hit the dust motes in the empty parish hall. He feels the grit of the pavement under his boots. He hears the voices of people thanking him, voices that are kind but often carry an unstated expectation that Michael will always be the one to step in, the one to carry, the one to settle the weight. It is a realization he is almost afraid to touch in the dark. To acknowledge the exhaustion is to acknowledge the cost. To admit that his wrists ache and his heart is heavy is to admit that he has been trading his own peace for the stability of others. He wonders in the quiet rhythm of the rain if he knows who he is when there is nothing left to move, nothing left to fix, and no one left to assist. He breathes in the scent of the room, the faint, metallic smell of the radiator, the dry scent of the moving blanket, the cool dampness of the rain-soaked air. He tries to let his hands go limp, to release the tension in his fingers, but the ghost of the labor remains. He feels as though he is still holding something even when his arms are empty. He is holding the memory of every weight he has lifted, every person he has helped settle, every task he has completed to ensure someone else's comfort. The sliver of light under the door remains steady, an unblinking eye watching his restlessness. Michael tries to pull the covers higher, seeking a cocoon of warmth, but the sensation of being useful feels like a layer of clothing he cannot quite take off. It is a heavy, thick garment, woven from the threads of many people's needs. He listens to the rain, letting it become a soft, blurred texture in his mind. He tries to focus on the sound of the water hitting the earth, a natural cycle that requires no effort, no lifting, no bracing. The rain falls where it must, unburdened by the need to be anything other than rain. He watches the darkness, waiting for the moment when he might finally be able to set the heavy, invisible boxes of the day down, even if just for a few hours, and allow himself to exist in the stillness, unneeded and unobserved. Story 4. A nurse who could not leave work behind. The apartment is quiet, but it is not a silent kind of quiet. It is the heavy, pressurized stillness that follows a storm, the kind that lingers in a room long after the clouds have moved on. Sophie lies on her back, her eyes fixed on a small, irregular shadow cast by the street lamp outside. She is staring at the ceiling, yet she is not really seeing the plaster or the paint. Instead, her mind is replaying the last 2 hours, frame by frame, like a film caught in a loop. On the wooden chair near the foot of her bed, her bakery apron hangs limp. The long cotton string drapes over the edge of the seat, a pale, tired line in the dim light. It still carries the faint, sweet scent of vanilla and the ghost of toasted flour, a scent that usually brings her comfort, but tonight feels like a weight. Even her hands, resting heavily on the duvet, feel as though they are still performing the motions of the day. The rhythmic tapping of the touch screen, the careful scooping of scones, the gentle wiping of crumbs from the counter. Underneath her fingernails, there is a stubborn, microscopic grit of sugar, a tiny remnant of the shift that refuses to be washed away. It is a small thing, nearly invisible, yet it feels like a grain of sand in a wound, a physical reminder of a day spent being steady for everyone else. Beside her, on the nightstand, sits a glass of water. A thin film has formed on the surface, and a single bead of condensation has escaped, tracing a slow, cold path down the side of the glass to pool on the coaster. The water is still, but Sophie's pulse is not. Her heart is a restless thing, pacing the confines of her chest. Her phone lies face down near the edge of the bed. The case is cracked, a spider web of fractures spreading from the corner, distorting the light whenever a car passes by on the street below. To anyone else, the phone is just an object, a tool for messages. To Sophie, it is a tether. Even in the dark, even with the screen obscured, she is acutely aware of its presence. She is listening for it. She is listening for the sharp, digital chirp of a notification, the sudden vibration against the wood that would signal another crisis, another heavy breath in a text message, another person reaching out from the dark to ask if they are okay or if they are alone. She can still hear the echoes of her friend's voice. The call had come late, the kind of call that vibrates with a particular frequency of exhaustion. It wasn't a scream or a sob. It was the hollow, emptied out sound of someone who has run out of places to hide. Sophie had sat on the edge of this very bed, her back pressed against the cold headboard, and she had held the line. She had listened to the story of the breakup, the familiar, agonizing details of a love that had frayed at the edges, the feeling of being discarded, the suffocating weight of a sudden, lonely midnight. Sophie had navigated the conversation with the practiced ease of a person who knows how to anchor a drifting boat. She had offered the right silences. She had asked the gentle, probing questions that allowed the grief to flow without drowning the person. She had been the steady hand, the calm shore, the listener who does not flinch. And she had done it well. She had been exactly what was needed. But now the cost of that steadiness is beginning to settle into her bones. The adrenaline of the crisis has evaporated, leaving behind a strange, hollow ache. She feels as though she has been hollowed out too, as if by absorbing the intensity of her friend's collapse, she has inadvertently let some of that emptiness leak into her own spirit. Outside, the distant hiss of traffic moves through the night like a slow-moving tide. The sound is rhythmic, a low hum that usually helps her drift. But tonight, it feels like the world is simply continuing its indifferent rotation, oblivious to the emotional labor being performed in this small, dark room. The hiss of tires on wet pavement, the far-off siren, the muffled thud of a car door closing. Each sound makes her flinch just a little. Her ears are primed, searching for the one sound that means someone is breaking. She thinks about the bakery. She thinks about the way she stands behind the counter, a smiling, efficient presence, making sure the coffee is hot, the napkins are plentiful, and the atmosphere is light. She is the keeper of the small, pleasant details. She is the one who notices when a regular looks a little more tired than usual and offers a kind word or a slightly larger cookie. It is a role she has worn so long that she can no longer tell where the service ends and her own identity begins. There is a creeping sense of guilt that settles over her whenever she feels the pull of sleep. To sleep is to disconnect. To sleep is to surrender the watch. If she closes her meaning, her eyes, and drifts into the deep, unthinking dark, who will be there if the phone lights up? Who will hold the space if the next person reaches out, trembling? The idea of being unavailable feels, in the quiet of the night, like a form of abandonment. It feels as though her value is tied directly to her availability, to her ability to remain awake and alert, a sentinel of comfort in a world of sudden, unmoored sorrows. She shifts her weight, the sheets rustling loudly in the stillness. She catches a glimpse of her hand in the dim light, seeing the way her knuckles are slightly red from the warmth of the oven and the repetitive motions of the day. She wants to let go. She wants to be able to sink into the mattress and let the world take care of itself for 8 hours. But the weight of the unspoken, the weight of the just checking in, and the I don't know what to do, sits on her chest like a physical object. She looks at the cracked phone case again. The fractures are so many, so intricate. She wonders how much more tension the glass can take before it simply shatters. She wonders if she is much the same. The room remains dark, the air cool and still. The sugar under her nails, the scent of vanilla on the apron, the heavy silence of the apartment, all of it holds her in the present, tethering her to the labor of the day, even as the night demands her surrender. She stays awake, a silent guardian of the night, waiting for a signal that she is not yet ready to ignore, unable to find the permission to let the heavy burden of care fall away, even for just one night. The house has grown quiet, but the weight in your mind is still moving. It is a restless, heavy thing, shifting from one corner of your thoughts to another, never quite settling. It moves through the empty rice pot in the monastery kitchen, where the warmth of the meal has long since faded into a dull, hollow stillness. It moves through the unpaid envelopes, resting on the edge of a dresser, their sharp corners pressing into the wood. Much like the edges of the debts and duties that press into your own skin. It settles into the heavy, dusty folds of a moving blanket, thick and cumbersome, much like the way you have wrapped yourself around the needs of others, until you can no longer feel where you end and their burdens begin. And it lingers in the black, unlit screen of a phone, a small, dark mirror that feels far too heavy to set down, as if by simply looking at it, you might catch the moment someone else begins to stumble. There is a particular kind of exhaustion that does not come from physical labor alone. It is the exhaustion of the vigil. It is the fatigue of the one who stays awake to keep watch over lives that are not their own. You lie here in the dark, and even though the lights are out, even though the doors are locked and the streets are empty, you are still working. You are still smoothing the edges of tomorrow's crises. You are still rehearsing the apologies you might need to make, or the solutions you will have to provide. You are still holding the invisible threads that connect you to everyone you love, pulling them tight, trying to ensure that no one falls, no one forgets, and no one suffers, even if the cost of that tightness is the ache in your own chest. In the stillness of the night, the mind performs a strange and difficult trick. It begins to tell you that this tiredness is necessary. It whispers that the weight you carry is the very measure of your heart. It suggests that if you were to let go, if you were to truly, deeply rest, then the things you hold would inevitably shatter. You begin to mistake the depletion of your own spirit for a form of devotion. You start to believe that the more exhausted you are, the more you must care. You have come to view your own depletion as a kind of virtue, a quiet, suffering proof of your love. You have learned to measure your worth by how much of someone else's heavy lifting you can absorb without making a sound. It is a lonely way to live, this silent stewardship of everyone else's peace. You have become a person who is always slightly braced for impact, always waiting for the next person to need something, the next person to fall, the next person to break. Because you are so good at being the one who holds, the one who remembers, and the one who fixes, you have forgotten how to simply be. You have forgotten how to exist without being useful. You have become a person who carries, and in that carrying, you have lost the ability to rest. You feel that to sleep deeply, to sleep without a single thought of another's need, would be a kind of abandonment. You feel that to let the weight drop would be a failure of your very character. But as you lie here, the silence of the room is trying to tell you something else. The world is still turning, even while you sleep. The people you love are still breathing, even while you rest. The stars do not ask for your permission to shine, and the earth does not ask for your strength to remain upright. There is a heavy phantom limb of responsibility that stays attached to you even in the dark, a ghost of a duty that lives in the marrow of your bones. It is time, slowly and gently, to begin to see that the heaviness you feel is not a requirement of love. It is simply the weight of things that were never meant to be carried by you alone in the middle of the night. Story 5. A man who mistook burden for love. The radiator in Daniel's small apartment has a rhythmic, low hum, a heavy sound that vibrates through the floorboards and into the frame of his bed. It is a thick, steady sound, yet tonight it feels like a weight pressing against his chest. Daniel lies on his warm sheets, staring up at the ceiling, where the headlights of passing cars occasionally sweep across the plaster in long, ghostly arcs. Every few minutes, a light drifts over, illuminating the edges of his shadows before sliding away into the dark. He is physically still, but his mind is still moving, pacing the hallways of the hospice center where he works. His shirt, draped over the back of a wooden chair, has a collar that smells faintly, stubbornly of bleach. It is a clean, sharp scent that lingers in the air of the bedroom, a reminder of the long hours spent scrubbing linoleum and wiping away the physical traces of grief. The bleach is meant to signify a fresh start, a clean slate. But to Daniel, It feels like a thin, fragile barrier between the order he creates and the heaviness he absorbs. On the nightstand, next to a half-empty glass of water, sits a small metal coin tray. It is where he drops his keys, his loose change, and the small stray bits of metal he finds in his pockets at the end of a shift. Tonight, the coins catch the dim light from the street lamp outside, looking like tiny, unblinking eyes. He stares at them and thinks of the family he helped late this evening. They had been searching for a small, knitted scarf, a soft, blue thing that belonged to a woman who was no longer there to wear it. Daniel had stayed late, not because he was asked, and not because there was more work to be done, but because he could not bear the thought of them leaving the room feeling that something precious had been lost to the shadows. He had moved heavy oak chairs and looked under low metal cabinets, his knees scraping the floor, driven by a quiet, restless need to mend a small tear in their mourning. The memory of that search lingers in the way his joints ache. He remembers the heavy silence of the hallway as he navigated the darkened corners of the ward, the only sound being the squeak of his rubber-soled shoes on the polished floor. There was a particular tenderness in the way he moved, trying not to disturb the stillness of the rooms where people were departing. He felt the weight of their invisible grief as he worked, a phantom pressure against his shoulders, as if the air itself had grown denser with the things left unsaid. And then there was the tire. The sudden jarring phone call from his cousin, stranded on the side of a darkened highway, the rim scraping against the asphalt with a sound like grinding teeth. Daniel had not even thought to ask if he was too tired. He had simply grabbed the black flashlight from his glove compartment, felt the familiar weight of the metal casing in his hand, and driven across the city. He can still feel the grit of the roadside in his skin, the way his muscles bunched and ached as he knelt in the dampness of the shoulder, his fingers fumbling with the lug nuts while the wind pulled at his jacket. The cold, oily smell of the road and the sharp, metallic panic of his cousin's voice are still caught in his lungs. The roadside had been an expanse of nothingness, a vast, swallowing dark that made the small beam of his flashlight feel insufficient. As he worked, the light flickered against the jagged edges of the broken rubber, casting long, distorted shadows the trees onto the embankment. He remembers the way the wet asphalt clung to his palms, the grease from the jack staining his cuticles, and the terrifying sensation that if he stopped moving, the darkness of the highway would move in to claim him. Every turn of the wrench felt like a small, desperate struggle to keep a piece of someone else's world from breaking apart. He felt the vibration of the passing trucks through the very ground, a heavy mechanical thrum that mirrored the frantic pulse in his own throat. He brings these things home with him. They do not stay at the hospice, and they do not stay on the side of the highway. They settle into the fibers of his clothes, into the creases of his palms, and into the very marrow of his bones. He carries the frantic energy of the searching family and the sharp, sudden emergency of the roadside breakdown into the quiet sanctuary of his own bed. He is still bracing himself, still waiting for the next person to need his hands, his light, or his strength. The radiator hums again, a deep, thrumming vibration. Daniel shifts his weight, the sheets rustling like dry leaves. He tries to focus on the sensation of the cotton against his skin, but his mind keeps drifting back to the glove compartment of his car. He thinks of the flashlight, sitting there in the dark, waiting to be used again. He thinks of how easy it is to be the one who shows a way through, the one who fixes the moving part in everyone else's machinery. There is a particular kind of exhaustion that comes from being the person who remains when the crisis has passed, yet remains tethered to the aftermath. It is not a tiredness of the limbs, but a sense that his own edges are blurring into the needs of others. He feels less like a man and more like a vessel, constantly being filled with the overflow of other people's lives, only to find himself leaking under the pressure. A car passes slowly outside, and the headlights sweep across the ceiling once more, dragging a long, bright stripe across the room. In that brief moment of light, Daniel sees the dust motes dancing in the air, suspended in the stillness. They move without effort, drifting where the air carries them, neither pushing nor pulling. He watches them, trying to find a way to be like that, to exist within the space without feeling the need to steady every trembling hand or patch, every leaking heart. He thinks of the bleach soft collar of his shirt. It is a symbol of his devotion to cleanliness, to the removal of the difficult and the heavy. But as he lies in the dark, he realizes that the things he cannot scrub away are the things that weigh the most. He cannot scrub away the memory of the mother's tearful relief when the blue scarf was found. He cannot scrub away the way his cousin's voice cracked with the stress of the dark highway. The room is silent now, save for the low, rhythmic breathing of the apartment itself. The coins in the tray are dark. The flashlight is tucked away in the car, useless for the moment. Daniel closes his eyes, attempting to let the heaviness of his day settle into the mattress rather than into his heart. He tries to imagine the fatigue as something separate from himself, a coat he can unbutton and hang on the chair alongside his work shirt. He wants to believe that the night can belong to him, that the silence can be a place of rest rather than a space where he continues to work. Even in his dreams, he settles into the warmth of the bed, listening to the radiator, waiting for the heaviness to become at last nothing more than a shadow in the dark. Story 6. A widow carrying more than her own sorrow. The porch light filters through the slats of the blinds, casting long, rhythmic stripes of amber across Claire's bedroom floor. It is a heavy sort of light, the kind that makes the shadows in the corners of the room look solid like furniture left out in the dark. Claire lies on her back, her eyes tracing the steady lines of light on the ceiling, but her mind is already halfway through tomorrow. She is already navigating the school hallways, anticipating the sudden, sharp friction of a schedule breaking apart. On her nightstand, her spiral planner sits closed, yet it feels heavy, as if the weight of every unwritten note and every scheduled crisis is pressing against the cover. Beside it lies a spare house key, a small silver piece of metal that feels strangely significant in the even darker hours. To anyone else, it is just a key. To Claire, it is a tiny and very cold responsibility. It is the key for the substitute teacher who arrived 10 minutes early and can't find the supply closet. It is the key that allows her to check on a classroom left unlocked after the afternoon bell. It is the small, metallic anchor that connects her to the many people who rely on her to be the one who simply knows where everything is. She shifts slightly under the duvet, stirring the air in the room. Near the dresser, a laundry basket sits half full, an unfinished task from the evening. The edge of a stray towel peeking out like a small white flag. She looks at it and feels a familiar, sharp tug of guilt. There is so much left to do, so much to organize, so that when the morning bell rings, the machinery of the school and the lives of those within it will continue to run without a single stutter. Her eyes wander down to her wrist. In the dim light, she can see the faint, dry blue marks left by a ballpoint pen, remnants of a frantic note scribbled during the final period of the day. She had been marking down lunch numbers, bus arrival times, and an urgent request from the principal about a broken copier in the third grade wing. The ink has dried into her skin, a temporary tattoo of her usefulness. She traces the marks with her thumb, feeling the slight texture of the skin. These marks are the evidence of a day spent being the steadying hand, the one who catches the falling pieces before they hit the longitudinal line of the day. The silence of the house is not truly silent. There is the low, rhythmic hum of the refrigerator, the muffled sound of a car passing on the street outside, and the soft, rhythmic breathing of her own lungs. But beneath the physical sounds, there is a mental noise, a rehearsal. She is rehearsing the moment the first student arrives. She is rehearsing the way she will greet the teacher who is running late, masking her own fatigue with a practiced, easy smile. She is rehearsing the way she will handle the parent who calls, voice rising in panic, about a lost sweater or a change in dismissal. She is rehearsing the logistics of the chaos, mapping out solutions before the problems have even surfaced. Her mind drifts to the desk in the main office, a space cluttered with the debris of other people's emergencies. She can almost feel the texture of the sticky notes, the endless, overlapping layers of urgent and as soon as possible. She thinks of the stack of permission slips waiting for a signature, the radiator in the hallway that has been clanking since Tuesday, and the way the air in the faculty lounge always seems to thicken when a conflict goes unresolved. She imagines the precisely organized drawers of her filing cabinet, each one a small, controlled compartment designed to prevent the world from spilling out. The office is not just a place of work, it is a landscape of managed anxieties, and she is the one who maintains the maps. Underneath the preparation, there is a deeper, more quiet dread that settles in her chest like silt at the bottom of a pond. It is the fear that her identity has become nothing more than the sum of the problems she has solved. When she looks in the mirror, she does not see a woman with her own desires or her own rest. She sees a person defined by her ability to endure the friction of others. She is afraid that if the school stopped needing her to find the lost keys, or to fix the schedule, or to soothe the agitated, she would simply cease to be visible. The utility of her presence has become a cage. If she is no longer the person who holds the pieces together, who is she when the room is empty and the tasks are done? It is a tiring, invisible architecture she builds every night. She is constructing a safety net, one thread at a time, out of lists and mental checklists. She moves through the day as a central point, the person everyone calls when a plan fails, when a key is lost, when a deadline is missed. She has become the person who holds the contingency plans, the person who knows the backup plan for the backup plan. As she lies in the dark, a profound, unsettling thought begins to pulse in time with her heartbeat. It is a thought she rarely allows herself to face in the even darker hours when she is busy being the stabilizer. The thought is a cold, hollow ache. What if I stopped? What if she simply did not prepare? What if she allowed the morning to arrive without having already solved its problems? The fear is not about the work itself. The work is something she knows how to do. It is a rhythm she has mastered. The fear is much deeper. It is the fear that the entire structure, the school, the schedules, the quiet, orderly flow of the day is held up by nothing more than her own constant, vigilant effort. She is afraid that if she stops being the one who anticipates, everyone will suddenly see the gaps. They will see the cracks in the foundation. They will discover that the stability they take for granted is a fragile thing that she has been frantically mending in the dark. She is afraid that if she lets go of the reins, the people around her will realize how much they have actually depended on her, and that realization might change how they look at her. She fears the moment the useful person becomes an unnecessary person. To be needed is to be seen, but to be useful is to be indispensable. She does not know how to be the latter without the fear of disappearing entirely. She looks again at the amber stripes of light on the ceiling. The light is beautiful, but it is also a grid, a cage of lines. She feels trapped within the very order she creates. She feels like a person standing in the middle of a bridge, looking down at the rushing water below, realizing that her only job is to keep the stones from shifting. And the weight of the stones is becoming more than her arms can bear. The laundry basket, the planner, the pen marks, the spare key, they are all small, physical anchors to a life of constant, vigilant care. She wonders if there is a way to be present without being a protector. She wonders if there is a way to care for the school and the people in it without having to carry the fear of their failure as her own. The room remains still. The porch light continues its slow, silent vigil. The air is heavy with the scent of old wood and the cooling house. Claire closes her eyes, but the rehearsal continues, a quiet, insistent loop of preparation, a desperate attempt to ensure that tomorrow, as always, will be held together by the strength of her own exhausted hands. Story 7. A Caretaker Who Forgot How to Rest. The house has a way of breathing when the rest of the world is still. It is a heavy, rhythmic breathing made of settling floorboards, the expansion of heating pipes, and the low, muffled sighs of a building that has seen too many seasons of both joy and grief. For Owen, lying in the narrow bed of his childhood room, the house does not feel empty. It feels crowded. It feels crowded with the unsaid things, the unspoken tensions, and the invisible weight of everyone else's stability. He lies on his back, watching the shadows of the oak trees dance in slow, jagged patterns across the ceiling. The room is dim, lit only by pale moonlight filtering through heavy curtains. He reaches out, his fingers brushing the cool, polished surface of the oak banister beside his bed, a piece of furniture that has remained unchanged since he was a boy. The wood is smooth and unnervingly cold under his palm, a grounded physical reality in a night that feels otherwise untethered. Every few minutes, a sound drifts up from the floor below. There is the sharp, distinct clink of ice melting in a glass downstairs, the sound of a single cube shifting against the side of a tumbler. It is a small sound, nearly swallowed by the silence, but to Owen, it is as loud as a shout. It is a signal. It is a reminder of the rhythm of the house, the heavy, stumbling footsteps of his father, the slow, deliberate movement of a man trying to navigate a world blurred by drink. Owen knows that sound. He knows the specific, hollow ring of that glass, and with it, he feels the familiar tightening in his chest, the instinctive bracing of his shoulders, as if he could, by sheer force of will, steady his father's hand from 2 floors above. He shifts his weight, the springs of the old mattress groaning beneath him. Beside him, his phone lies on the nightstand, its screen occasionally pulsing with a dim, ghostly light. It is half charged, plugged into a fraying cord, a lifeline that feels more like a tether. He knows that if he were to pick it up, he might find a message from his younger sister. He knows she is likely awake too, staring into the dark of her own room, her fear a quiet, simmering thing that she only dares to show in the shadows. He imagines her checking her phone, waiting for a sign, waiting for him to be the one who is awake, the one who is watching, the one who is holding the line. He feels the weight of her silence as much as the weight of his father's presence downstairs. It is a layered responsibility, a mantle he stepped back into the moment he moved home. He had come here thinking he was finding a reprieve from the frantic pace of his own life. Instead, he found himself back in the old role, the one he had outgrown years ago, but which the house seemed to demand of him. He has become the brace. He is the structural support that prevents the walls from leaning too far inward, the person who absorbs the tremors so that the rest of the family doesn't have to feel them. He reaches for the folded sofa blanket at the foot of his bed. The fabric is thick and slightly coarse, smelling faintly of cedar and the lingering scent of laundry soap. He pulls it up to his chin, tucking it tightly around his shoulders, trying to create a small, private perimeter of warmth. But the warmth cannot reach the knot of tension between his shoulder blades, a tightness that has lived there for months. He thinks about the hallway, the long, dark stretch that leads from his door to the stairs. He can almost feel the creaking boards under his feet, the way they protest even the lightest step. He has learned to walk through this house like a ghost, navigating the shadows, avoiding the sudden noises that might trigger a confrontation or a collapse. He has become an expert in the art of the quiet presence, a sentinel who moves through the darkness, checking locks, checking temperatures, checking the emotional atmosphere of every room. There is a deep exhaustion in this kind of vigilance. It is not the tiredness that follows a long day of physical labor, the kind that leaves muscles aching but the mind quiet. This is a different sort of fatigue. It is the exhaustion of a mind that never truly sleeps, constantly scanning the perimeter, listening for the sound of a glass breaking, a door slamming, or a sob muffled by a pillow. It is the fatigue of someone always waiting for the next crisis, always preparing the emotional first aid kit. As he lies there, he realizes with a sudden, stinging clarity that he has forgotten how to be simply a son. He no longer knows how to enter the kitchen and simply sit at the table, or how to walk into the living room and just exist in the same space as his father without calculating the stability of the room. He has replaced intimacy with observation. He has replaced connection with caretaking. He is so busy ensuring that the house remains standing that he has forgotten how to actually live inside it. He stares at the phone again. The light fades. The house settles into a deeper stillness, yet the internal noise remains. He can hear the phantom sounds of his own responsibility, the imagined phone calls, the imagined arguments, the imagined collapses. He is holding the house together in his mind, bolt by bolt, beam by beam, with a grip so tight that his knuckles are white. He looks down at his hand, still resting near the cool oak of the banister. He notices the way his fingers are curled, tense and ready to grasp, ready to pull, ready to catch. He tries to relax them one by one, but the instinct is too deeply ingrained. The habit of being the brace is a heavy thing to unlearn. The ice in the glass downstairs has finished melting. The sound has stopped. The house is silent once more, but the silence is not a relief. It is an invitation to continue the watch. He closes his eyes, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, he sees the blueprint of the house, the structural lines of everyone's lives. And he finds himself, even now, checking to see if the foundations are still holding. He remains awake, a silent guardian in the dark, carrying the weight of a home that he is no longer sure is his to carry alone. Story 8. A soul that learned it could put the weight down. The monastery at this hour is not silent, but it is still. It is a heavy, living stillness that sits in the corners of the cedar rafters, settling like the fine, gray dust of incense ash upon the floorboards. Brother Matthew lies in the dimness of his small cell, his eyes open, watching the way the shadows shift ever so slightly as the world begins its slow, imperceptible transition toward morning. He is awake as he has been for many years, long before the first light touches the valley. His body feels the weight of the night. There is a dull, familiar ache in his shoulders and a stiffness in his wrists, the physical residue of a lifetime spent gripping the thick, coarse fibers of the bell rope. Even in the dark, he can feel the phantom texture of that hemp against his palms, the rough, unyielding grit of it, the way it pulls against his skin, the heavy, rhythmic swing of the great bronze bell that demands his strength, his timing, and his constant, vigilant presence. For decades, Matthew has believed that the bell is not just an instrument of prayer, but a tether. He believed that if his grip loosened, if his rhythm faltered, the very peace of the monastery might unravel. He carried the responsibility of the morning call as if it were a physical weight, a sacred duty to wake the monks, to summon the light, and to ensure that no soul remained lost in the drifting fog of sleep. He felt that his vigilance was the only thing holding the structure of their shared life together. He believed that to be compassionate was to be the anchor, to be the one who stayed awake so that others could rest in safety. He shifts beneath his thin blanket, the movement causing the floorboards to groan softly. In the quiet, his mind begins its habitual work. It starts to scan the monastery person by person, checking the unseen threads of their well-being. He thinks of the younger monks, their spirits bright but unformed, and feels the familiar, instinctive urge to provide a protective canopy of care over them. He thinks of the kitchen brothers, the garden keepers, the elders, and he finds himself mentally rehearsing the day's needs, anticipating small crises, sudden rains or heavy hearts. He is already reaching out in the dark, his mind performing the invisible labor of keeping everyone steady, even as his own breath comes shallow and tight. He looks toward the small wooden basin by his washstand. In the pre-dawn gloom, the water inside is a dark, opaque mirror, catching nothing but the absence of light. He remembers the many mornings he has stood over that same basin, splashing cold water on his face, bracing himself for the day's service. He used to approach that water with a sense of fortification, preparing his spirit to absorb the needs of the community, preparing to be the vessel that holds everyone else's gravity. But tonight there is a change. It is a subtle thing, a microscopic shift in the way the darkness feels. A distant thrush calls from the edge of the woods, a single clear note that pierces the heavy air. The sound is lonely, yet entirely complete. It does not ask for anything. It does not seek to anchor the forest or sustain the trees. It simply sings its existence into the damp morning, and then it is gone, leaving the silence even deeper than before. Matthew breathes in, and for the first time in a long time, he does not immediately exhale a prayer for someone else's strength. He simply breathes. He looks at his hands in the dim light. They are weathered, the skin mapped with the fine lines of and the calluses of the rope. He realizes that for years he has been trying to weave his own nervous system into the very fabric of the monastery's peace. He has been trying to hold the bell, the monks, and the morning all within the tight, clenching grip of his own will. He had mistaken the tension in his muscles for the depth of his devotion. He had thought that if he stopped straining, the compassion would evaporate, leaving only emptiness. He thinks back to the great bell itself. The bronze is heavy, ancient, and indifferent to his personal fatigue. When he pulls the resonance, the bell responds with a vibration that moves through his very bones, through the cedar rafters, and down into the stone foundations of the earth. The bell does not need him to hold it up. It needs him to move with it. It needs him to find the rhythm, not to fight the weight. A light gray translucence begins to bleed into the edges of the room. The first hint of dawn is touching the tops of the trees far below. He watches the way the light touches the fine layer of ash on his small altar. It does not cling to the ash. It simply illuminates it. He begins to see, with a clarity that feels like a sudden cooling of a fever, that his exhaustion was not a sign of his holiness, but a sign of his forgetting. He had been trying to carry the weight of the monastery in his marrow, thinking that if he absorbed the struggle, he was somehow preventing it. But the monastery is much larger than his ability to hold it. The monks will wake, the sun will rise, and the bell will ring. Whether he is gripped by anxiety or settled in stillness, the compassion he has practiced for so many years does not have to be a heavy, grasping thing. It does not have to be a weight that he drags behind him through the halls. He sees now that true compassion is more like the light entering the room. It touches everything. It warms the wood and the stone and the water in the basin, but it does not try to possess them. It does not demand that the room stay bright. It simply arrives, and in arriving, it changes what it touches. He feels a strange, quiet loosening in his chest. The phantom tension in his wrists begins to ebb. He is still the bellkeeper. He will still rise. He will still pull the rope, and he will still care for his brothers. But the obligation to be the sole architect of their stability begins to dissolve. Like salt in the basin water, he can be present without being burdened. He can be a witness to their lives without needing to be the spine that supports them. The thrush calls again, closer now, a rhythmic, trilling melody that punctuates the waking world. Matthew closes his eyes not to hide from the coming day, but to settle into the reality of it. He allows himself to be part of the landscape rather than its guardian. He lets the heavy, beautiful weight of the night settle into the earth, leaving him light, hollowed out, and ready. The bell will ring, the morning will come, and for the first time in many years, he is content to let the world hold itself. The flashlight in the glove compartment is still warm from the drive. The heavy spiral planner sits closed on the desk, its pages filled with the outlines of tomorrow's rescues. The oak banister, worn smooth by years of hands leaning on it for support, remains steady in the dark hallway. The fibers of the bell rope, frayed slightly from the pull of duty, hang silent in the cedar rafters. All of these things, the tools of the keeper, the objects of the helper, the remnants of the day's many small salvations, are still here. They do not disappear when the lights go out. They remain, but they do not require you to hold them in your hands all night long. Think for a moment of the weight you have been tending to. It is a heavy, familiar collection of ghosts. There is the ghost of the unpaid bill, the ghost of a friend's heartbreak, the ghost of a family member's fear, and the ghost of the person who relies on your presence to feel safe. You have learned to carry them as if they were physical objects, tucked into the folds of your sweater or balanced precariously on your shoulders. You have treated your own exhaustion as a sort of proof, a way to demonstrate that your love is real because it costs you so much. You have mistaken the ache in your wrists and the tightness in your chest for a measure of your devotion. But as the night deepens, notice how the air changes. The world does not stop spinning simply because you have closed your eyes. The traveler finds their own way to the next village. The bills, though heavy, are still just paper, resting in the dark. The trees in the monastery garden continue to grow, undisturbed by whether or not anyone is watching over them. The universe has a way of sustaining itself through a vast, unseen rhythm that does not depend on your constant vigilance. There is a quiet truth settling into the room with you now. Compassion is not a weight. It is not a debt that must be paid through self-erasure. You can care for the world without being crushed by it. You can hold space for the suffering of others without letting that suffering become the very marrow of your bones. Real care is like the moonlight on the wet stones. It illuminates, it cools, it rests upon the surface, but it does not try to become the stone itself. It does not try to sink into the earth to carry the weight of the mountain. It simply shines. Allow yourself to see the difference between being a pillar and being a light. A pillar must stand rigid and braced against every storm, or the roof will fall. But a light can flicker, it can dim, it can go out for the night to be relit by the dawn, and the room remains. The people you love, the people you serve, the people you protect, they are also part of this larger breathing world. They possess their own strength, their own lessons, and their own capacity to navigate the dark. By releasing the need to carry them, you are not abandoning them. You are honoring the strength that lives within them too. Let the flashlight rest in the glove compartment. Let the planner stay closed. Let the banister hold its own weight. You have done enough for today. The day's labor is complete, and the night is not a time for more tending. It is a time for the simple, profound act of letting go. You do not need to stay awake to keep the world upright. The world is much more resilient than your fatigue would lead you to believe. As you sink deeper into the softness of your bed, feel the tension of responsibility beginning to unspool. The threads are loosening. You are allowed to be a person who rests. You are allowed to be a person who is simply, quietly held by the night. The house is finally quiet. Outside, the street lights have dimmed to a low, amber hum, and the heavy, busy rhythm of the day has slowed into something much more still. You are lying here in the dark, but the weight of the day hasn't quite left you. It is still there, resting on your chest, sitting in the tension of your shoulders, and tucked into the tight space behind your eyes. It is the weight of everyone else. It is the weight of the phone on your nightstand, carrying unread messages, silent cries for help, and those small, urgent tasks that no one else seems to notice. It is the weight of the faces you saw today, the tired eyes of a traveler, the slumped shoulders of a friend, the anxious scribbles on a school form, or the heavy silence of a family member who needs more than you can give. You have spent your hours being the bridge, the cushion, and the steady hand. You have spent your strength smoothing out the jagged edges of the world so that others might walk more easily. And now, even though your body is exhausted, your mind is still working. It is performing that invisible, tireless labor. It is still checking the locks on everyone else's peace. It is still scanning the horizon for the next crisis, the next person to fall, or the next thing to break. You are lying in the dark, but you are still standing guard. You are holding the world upright, one thought at a time, afraid that if you truly let go, if you truly succumb to the heavy pull of sleep, something might collapse in your absence. But listen to your breath. Listen to the way it enters your lungs and leaves your body without you having to command it. You do not have to tell your heart to beat. You do not have to remind your lungs to expand. The world is breathing on its own, even while you rest. Tonight, we are practicing a different kind of stillness. We are inviting a shift in how you hold your compassion. For so long, you have believed that to care is to carry. You have believed that the depth of your love is measured by how much of another person's burden you can pull onto your own back. You have mistaken the ache in your bones for a sign of devotion. You have thought that if you stop feeling the strain, you are somehow becoming cold or selfish. But look at the objects in your room. The blankets, the pillows, the very bed beneath you. They do not struggle to support you. They do not try to become part of you. They simply provide a steady, quiet presence. They hold, but they do not cling. They are there, and that is enough. Tonight, let your care be like that. Let your compassion stay warm. Let it stay tender. Let it stay present, but let it stop being a weight. You can love the person in the middle of a crisis without needing to resolve the crisis for them in your own mind. You can care for the hungry without needing to feel their hunger in your own stomach. You can hold space for another's sorrow without letting that sorrow settle into your own marrow. The world is much larger than your ability to fix it. There is a vast, unseen web of support, of gravity, and of natural order that continues to function even when you are not watching. The stars do not need you to keep them in the sky. The trees do not need you to hold their leaves. The people you love are also capable of their own struggles, their own lessons, and their own ways of finding the light. By letting go of the need to carry them, you are not abandoning them. You are leaving them the space to grow, to find their own strength, and to learn how to stand. As you lie here, feel the muscles in your forehead begin to soften. Let the tension in your jaw dissolve. Feel the weight of your limbs sinking deeper into the mattress. Let the mattress take the full responsibility for your physical form. You do not have to hold yourself up anymore. The bed has you. Imagine the heavy, invisible ropes you have been pulling all day. The ropes made of obligation, of worry, of anticipatory care, slowly unlooping from your wrists. See them falling away one by one onto the floor. They are not being discarded with anger or resentment. They are simply being set down. They are being placed where they belong, in the quiet, in the stillness, in the earth. You are allowed to be just a person. You are allowed to be a person who is tired. You are allowed to be a person who needs rest. Rest is not a reward you earn after you have finished serving everyone else. Rest is the very foundation that allows you to exist at all. It is the quiet replenishment that makes kindness possible. The darkness around you is not a void to be feared. It is a soft, velvet cloak. It is a space of profound privacy where no one can reach you with a need and no one can ask anything of you. In this space, you are simply a breathing being tucked away from the demands of the light. Let the images of the day drift past. Like clouds in a night sky, the empty rice pot, the unpaid bills, the moving blankets, the phone screens, let them pass. Do not try to organize them. Do not try to solve them. Just watch them move through the darkness. They are part of the world, and the world will still be there in the morning. The compassion you feel for others is a beautiful, glowing ember. Do not let it go out, but do not fan it into a fire that burns you. Let it stay small, steady, and warm. Let it be a soft light that sits quietly in your heart, providing a gentle warmth for you and for the world without needing to consume you. You have done enough for today. You have given enough. There is nothing left to do but to exist. There is nothing left to solve but the simple, profound act of breathing. The night is here to hold you. The silence is here to protect you. You do not have to keep holding on. You are safe to sleep. Everything is being held, even while you rest. Everything is being cared for, even while you are gone. Deep, heavy, and still. Softly now, into the quiet, into the rest. Good night.